Sahara Charita Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokanath Lokera Jivana Lokanath Lokera Jivana Ha ha Prabhu Korodoya Deho More Padashaya Ha ha Prabhu Korodoya Deho More Padashaya Ebejaj Gushuk Tribhuvana Prabhupada Patita Pavana Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Loudly, loudly. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Om Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Paripurna Kuchari Maharaj ki jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Ramacharya Haridas Thakur ki jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki jai. Vrindavan Dham ki jai. Navadip Dham ki jai. Ganga Maya ki jai. Yamuna Maya ki jai. Tulsi Devi ki jai. Bhakti Devi ki jai. Sankirtana Yagya ki jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Nitai Gora Premanande Haribo. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru Granga. All glories to Shila Prabhupada ki jai.
It's a good opportunity until we can. Where do we go? I'll take it.
So new parafinales? see? Yeah, just put just near the yeah.
Да, 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 можно.
Он сейчас ушел со своим портфелем.
इसमें आवाज नहीं जाएगा, बोलो कम, वो मास्टर कम करो। हरे कृष्ण बहुत कम आ रहा है। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे। मास्टर को 0 करो और माइक वन को हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे। नहीं आ रहा है, वही तो प्रॉब्लम।
that is having to your pro. So you just don't touch this, and rest you can use your left hand.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Beta base.
Access database to pro. Safari, right?
No, not Safari. It's the database. Separate application. Database is here. Okay, no, I want to go back. I want to see who's here. What do I do? Okay. Okay.
Here, offering will be on displayed in front.
What's going to be displayed?
Offerings, devotees giving offerings.
Really, it's pretty hard to see. Like 5 kilometers away. Yeah, make it brighter. The resolution's not very good. Can you make it? Can you improve the resolution? Okay. Thank you. Wait a minute. Make this go down further. Make that go down. Now, like this. You see? Move this forward here. Yeah, there you go. That's better. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Is this working? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. But there's an echo. Get rid of the echo. Oh, you turn off this thing, huh? Okay, now there's no echo, okay. Okay, can you hear me, Lapati Prabhu? Lapati Prabhu, can you hear me? I guess not. Oh, my microphone's off. Hare Krishna? Can you hear me? Lapati Prabhu, can you hear me? Oh, Nikila Prabhu can hear me.
Yes, you can hear.
Okay. What's happening?
Is that better? Can you read
Not really. That's okay, I can see vaguely. Govardhan echo. But the only echo I've heard is like from here. Where's Mother Suniti? What? She went what? Okay. So what do we do now? Bhakta Sumit? What do we do?
Wait for the lights.
Huh?
Wait for the lights to come back.
1 minute, I'll tell you. 1 minute.
Thank you, everyone, for taking your valuable time to come here. I apologize that right now there's some technical difficulties that are being resolved. So be patient, chant Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, you can start the lecture.
Huh?
You can start this lecture. That video will be played when everybody is offering.
Yeah? Okay. Is this in the right place? Okay, Elapati Prabhu, if you have a hard time hearing me, then you let me know, okay? Okay. Is this thing on?
There's no electricity.
There's no electricity?
It went out. It'll come back.
Okay. I need cartels. Thank you. There's no electricity. Ugh.
Okay, electricity is back. And now it'll be better.
What's that? Now it'll be better? God, I hope so. I'm about ready to pass out.
Your camera is on? Your camera?
Yeah, it's on.
I don't know, I guess so, yeah. I can see two of me. There's two of me here. No, there's three.
Yeah, there should be 3 of you.
I'm in triplicate. Maybe one is enough, huh? For some people, even... Huh? For some people, even one is too much. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaratari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaratari Yashodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Prajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaratari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaratari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Jamunatira Vanachari Jamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Parvajakacharya Stota Satashi Shimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai ISKCON BBT Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Se Go Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Dvaita Gadadhar Shivasri Gaur Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Go Gopinath Shyamakunda Radhakunda Kiri Govardhan Ki Jai Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Mayapur Dham Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Jamuna Mai Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai ISKCON Mayapur Ki Jai Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pastai Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Vacharne Nirvishesha Suni Vadi Pastai Distarne. At least the mother Midani. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Militanjena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance. My spiritual master opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Vanchakalpa Trubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bevacha Patitanat Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desire trees, and who are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We're reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto... No talking, please. Reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 7, Chapter 15, Text 27. Everybody got it? Canto 7, Chapter 15, Text 27. Okay? Eshavai Bhagavan Sakshat Pradhana Purasheshvaraha Yogeshvaraya Vrimrig Yangrir Loko Yanmanyate Naram. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna, is the master of all other living entities and of the material nature. His lotus feet are sought and worshipped by great saintly persons like Vyasa. Nonetheless, there are fools who consider Lord Krishna an ordinary human being. Now, This is supposed to be my Vyasa Puja celebration. This verse doesn't say anything about the spiritual master. But Prabhupada takes the opportunity to speak about the spiritual master in the purport. And incidentally, it's not working. Okay. You got to know the science. You know, sometimes some technician, something's broken. Let's say, like, especially a computer. So some technician comes and he looks at it and he taps it in a certain place. And then it works. And he charges 20,000 rupees. So then the customer complains, you know, well, you only took 10 seconds. Yeah, but I knew what to touch. So anyway, purport by Srila Prabhupada. The example of Lord Krishna's being the Supreme Personality of Godhead is appropriate in regard to understanding the spiritual master. The spiritual master is called Sevaka Bhagavan, the servitor personality of Godhead, and Krishna is called Sevya Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is to be worshipped. The spiritual master is the worshipper God, whereas the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, is the worshipable God. This is the difference between the spiritual master and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Srila Prabhupada repeatedly emphasizes this point and similar points because there are many people who think that when you become a spiritual master, then you're God. Like they see no difference, which is ridiculous. Because you can never be God. You weren't God, you aren't God now, and you never will be God. When I was studying impersonalist philosophy, they told us, actually, your God is just that you forgot. So what kind of God is that? He forgets. God doesn't forget. Back to the purport. Another point. Bhagavad Gita, which constitutes the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is presented by the spiritual master as it is without deviation. Therefore, the absolute truth is present in the spiritual master, as clearly stated in text 26 of this chapter, previous verse. Jnana Deepa Prade. The Supreme Personality of Godhead gives real knowledge to the entire world, and the spiritual master, as the representative of the Supreme Godhead, carries the message throughout the world. Therefore, on the absolute platform, there is no difference between the spiritual master and the Supreme Personality of Godhead. If someone considers the Supreme Personality of God, if someone considers the Supreme Personality, Krishna or Lord Ramachandra, to be an ordinary human being, this does not mean that the Lord becomes an ordinary human being. Similarly, if the family members of the spiritual master, who is the bona fide representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, consider the spiritual master an ordinary human being, this does not mean that he becomes an ordinary human being. The spiritual master is as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and therefore one who is very serious about spiritual advancement must regard the spiritual master in this way. Even a slight deviation from this understanding can create disaster in the disciples' Vedic studies and austerities. And that's the end of the purport. So, like Prabhupada says here, if the family members of the spiritual master, who is the bona fide representative of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, consider the spiritual master an ordinary human being, this does not mean that he becomes an ordinary human being. Now, in one sense, you could say the spiritual master is an ordinary human being, except for one thing. He's become Krishnaized, and therefore he's no longer considered to be an ordinary human being. Like Prabhupada said that the spiritual master should not be considered a man, because man means like mundane. And this point that he's making, just because someone considers him an ordinary living being, human being, does not necessarily mean he is. This is, when Prabhupada was making a point like this, he often quoted this nyaya, or logic, nagnamatrika nyaya. It means the logic of the naked mother. It means that because your mother was naked when she was a baby, now she has to continue to be naked. Stupid philosophy, right? So in the same way, because at some point the spiritual master was just absorbed in materialism, and therefore there's no possibility of his becoming purified and becoming able to represent the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is faulty logic. Like, for instance, in our movement now, there are many devotees, especially senior devotees, who are really cynical about the modern day spiritual masters in ISKCON. And they think they're not really qualified as spiritual masters. Well, it says in the Nectar of Instruction that the spiritual master has to be an Uttama Adhikari. And I know Mahadyuti does, and he's no Uttama Adhikari, believe me. Let me tell you about one thing that happened in 1977, or whatever. You understand? So, not just about me, but they say this about everyone, every guru in ISKCON, Prabhupada can be the only guru. Prabhupada's the only Uttama Adhikari. Everybody else is just a bum. But what is their qualification for deciding? What do they know? Like, for instance, this point, it's true. In the Nectar of Instruction, there's this statement that Prabhupada says that, don't talk. There's this statement, Prabhupada says that ideally the spiritual master should be an Uttama Adhikari. Okay, fine. But there are other statements, too. Like, he said a few times, he said, to be guru is a simple thing. He said, you just repeat what your spiritual master said. That's all. Then you're guru. So you can take out of Prabhupada's books, you can take something here out of context or that out of context and define it any way you want. But Prabhupada said different things in different places, and it's how you apply these things too. Like, for instance, in 1969 he wrote a letter saying that he was talking about taking courses, about devotees taking courses, and how they would take. I think the first one was a course on the Bhagavad Gita, and they would if they passed that, they get Bhakti Shastri. Now, of course, in those days, every devotee was studying Bhagavad Gita. This is in the 1969, early 70s also. But in 1975, at the Mayapur festival, Satsrup Maharaj, as the administrator of the Bhakti Shastri test, lined up all the brahmacharis on the veranda of the Lotus building, and he administered a test. And it was such a simple test. You would have to be completely like a dead stone not to be able to pass the test. So everybody passed. Also, I saw one time, I don't remember where it was, but a list of questions that Prabhupada made for Bhakti Shastri. It was very simple. Everything was very simple. Now, of course, everything's very complicated. But Prabhupada's way of doing things and looking at things was very simple. So, first Bhakti Shastri, then,
Bhakti Vaibhav.
yeah, but what was in the Bhakti Vaibhav? I think it was, what? Srimad Bhagavatam? Okay, and then it becomes Bhakti Vaibhav, and then Srimad Bhagavatam, Nectar of Devotion, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya, and Bhagavad Gita. 4 books that if you study those, I think I got that right. If you study those, then you get the title of Bhaktivedanta. And then you're qualified to initiate disciples. So in that same letter where he's explaining this, remember this is 1969. The most senior devotee had been chanting Hare Krishna for 3 years. Okay? And he said, so maybe all of my disciples will be allowed to initiate disciples by 1975. At that time, the most senior devotee would have been like, 9 years, right? Chanting Hare Krishna for 9 years. Now, should we imagine that Prabhupada thought that in 9 years they would be Uttama Adhikaris? I have serious doubts about that. And actually what happened was 2 years later, beyond 75, 1977, when Prabhupada was leaving his body, he named some of his disciples as initiated gurus. But see, Prabhupada had such a big vision, not just for the time that he was with us, but beyond. And therefore, in that same letter, he was talking about how that this title of Bhaktivedanta should be passed on generation after generation after generation. He said, this is our program. Once I heard Prabhupada say that the purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement is to make gurus. I was shocked. Because I think most devotees think that the purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement is to make disciples. Especially some gurus give you this idea. I won't mention any names. But unfortunately, I couldn't find that quote in the Vedabase. But I definitely heard it. The purpose is to make gurus. And it's logical. Like in that letter, he's saying that we need to expand Krishna consciousness all over the world. So we need many gurus. And he wasn't just talking about Pradarshika gurus or Shiksha gurus. He was talking about initiating. Prabhupada had a big vision. So therefore, let's see, when I joined the movement, or even several years after joining the movement, never occurred to me to be a guru. It wasn't on my radar at all. But it's a natural thing. In one sense, it's organic. You're a disciple, you get trained, and then you become a guru and train others. It's not, some devotees think it's like really artificial. One of my godbrothers told me that, he said, let's be honest, Mahadyuti Prabhu, I can't remember if he said Maharaj, probably not. He said, it's just how do you say, a management position, because the GBC has named you. But that's a wrong understanding. What do I care about the opinions of people to whom I would never go to ask their opinion or advice? If I want to ask advice or somebody's opinion on something philosophical, I'll go to my senior godbrothers, most of whom are initiating gurus. But why would I go to someone who has not, how do you say, he's got the same instruction as anybody else, that he's supposed to take this responsibility of initiating guru. He should become qualified. If he may say, well, I'm not qualified. Well, that may be true. Maybe he's not qualified. If he's not qualified, he should become qualified. Why isn't he qualified? What's he doing? Still smoking cigarettes or what? Anyhow, he should become qualified. Or let's say he's just being humble. Oh, I'm not really qualified. But if he's actually humble, that's a qualification. So why isn't he taking that responsibility? Instead, he just stands on the sidelines taking pot shots at the people who are taking the responsibility. What is that? A sniper. You know what a sniper is? They're on the rooftops and they're going, like that. Like he's above the people he's criticizing. Just like the snipers, they're usually on rooftops. They're above the people they're shooting at. So it's like that. He thinks he's above. He thinks he's better. Because he's not, how do you say, going along with the what he calls he considers a so-called management arrangement. It's not spiritual, it's management. Well, Prabhupada considered the GBC to be both the managerial head of our society and spiritual head. He said, my GBC members are the Shiksha Gurus of our movement. Where is Mother Suniti?
She used to be here.
She's sitting outside, Maharaj.
Huh?
She's sitting outside,
Why?
writing glorification.
Mother Suniti!
I'll call her.
Maybe it's too cold for her, Guru Maharaj.
What?
She's sick. Maybe
She's sick?
Yes, maybe it's too cold for her here. But she's listening on Zoom.
You sure?
Sure. I can see that on our list.
Well, somebody said she's writing her offering.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think he must have been mistaken. Eh?
You already translated her? You translated her offering?
Not yet. Yes, the reason why she's not here, I mean, that because it's too cold in here for her. I think.
Okay, now we lost 2 more people. What about Dear Prabhu? We lost him.
So Maharaj, don't tell us the name of the godbrother, but tell us when did you have this conversation? When?
Oh, not so long ago, a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah, it's these decorations are really nice, but the devotees taking care of themselves physically, getting enough rest for example, and writing your homage, these are more important than the decorations. I think some of the devotees have their priorities a little bit not in order. Okay, what was I talking about? I mean, the Guru himself, he may also think of himself as ordinary. I mean, after all, he's eating, and he has to eat, he has to sleep, and he has to trim his toenails, and everything mundane. Brush his teeth. I don't like brushing my teeth because when I'm doing other things, I can chant at the same time. But when you brush your teeth, you have to just chant mentally. It's really difficult. One time I had an abrasion on my vocal cords. This was about, I don't know, 1985, maybe 86, something like that. And because I was preaching all day long. Sometimes I was preaching from about, I don't know, 7:30 in the morning until 2 o'clock the next morning. Because in Soho Street, there were so many people coming in all the time, And so my vocal cords really suffered. I was damaging my vocal cords. My idea of preaching at that time was that there was a room upstairs, like a nice room with sofas and everything, very comfortable. So people who were more interested after the lecture, they could come up and ask questions, So I would sit up there and I would talk to the people who would come up. And sometimes it was all day long. I mean, literally all day long. And so my idea was that I would just keep preaching, keep speaking to them until either they joined, until either they surrendered or they went home, one or the other. So as long as they sat there, I'd keep talking. And if I ran out of things to say, I would read Krishna book to them or something like that. Anyway, I almost destroyed my vocal cords. So at that time, there were other devotees also having problems with their vocal cords. At one time, Indradumna Maharaj had a similar problem. It was around the same time. And for 4 years, he couldn't lead kirtan. And his speaking had to be relatively small amount for 4 years. Can you imagine? He was doing his japa he had a recording of himself chanting japa, and he would, what's happening? And he would just listen to the recording and roll his beads like this. Can you imagine? Torture, absolute torture. So anyhow, at one point there was one doctor who recommended surgery on my vocal cords. And I thought, no way, I'm not getting surgery. So fortunately, I met another doctor who said you should go on a voice fast. So it means you don't say anything at all for a week. Now for some of the other devotees, that was real mercy. But for me, it was torture. Trying to chant your japa silently. I heard that Haridas Thakur, when he was chanting 300 names a day, I don't know if this is true, but this is what I heard, was that he would chant 100 softly, 100 silently, and 100 like kirtan. But chanting japa silently is like real torture. I kept on preaching though, because I was just doing it by writing notes. I would write a note to somebody, and then they'd say something, and then I'd write it back. And so it was amazing. I didn't say a word to anyone about anything for one whole week. That was so austere. Anyhow, why am I talking about this?
You said that you don't like brushing your teeth, and before you said that
Yeah.
you must care.
What's that?
You said that you don't like brushing your teeth because
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Life without chanting Hare Krishna, to me, I just can't even imagine it. It's just, what kind of life is that? It's just like not life. Anyway, so the Guru himself may have his opinion about his own qualifications or lack of qualifications, but the thing is, what we all have to do, what everyone has to do, is we have to follow Sadhu, Shastra, and Guru. So, if Shastra says that, here, what does it stay here? That I'm the servitor personality of Godhead. It's hard for me to relate to that. There's no difference between the spiritual master and the supreme personality of Godhead. But I have to understand it's because of what I'm speaking. That's what it's about. Srila Prabhupada said, you can't understand Krishna consciousness just by reading books. Now, wait a minute. He was always encouraging us to study his books. But he said you can't understand it just by studying books. You need to have somebody who is explaining to you the practical application of what's in the books. There are many things in Srila Prabhupada's books, what to speak of other scriptures, but like Hari Bhakti Vilas. There are many things that Prabhupada himself didn't apply, and he didn't expect us to apply. So he explained to us how we should execute devotional service. Incidentally, if you want to know how to discharge devotional service, see, where is it? That seems like a pretty important thing to know, right, for devotees? How to discharge devotional service. It's not just like a, small thing. What are we doing? Our lives are engaged in devotional service. That's what we do. So, but how do you do it? You have to know how to do it. Prabhupada said the nectar of devotion should be the guidebook or the handbook for all devotees. It's like when I was in Boy Scouts, we had a little book called the Boy Scout Handbook. It tells you everything you need to know about being a Boy Scout. So the nectar of devotion is like that. So chapter 6, where is it? Chapter 6 in the nectar of devotion is called How to Discharge Devotional Service. Everybody should study nectar of devotion, and this chapter in particular. And then later on, there's chapter 8, which is about offenses. We have to know what the offenses are, not just the 10 offenses, but there are lots of other offenses too. Like, for instance, one of the offenses in chapter 8 is to wear red or blue cloth in front of the deities. Hello?
it's about dark blue, Guru Maharaj.
What?
It's about dark blue.
It's about what?
Dark blue.
Who said that?
I checked.
What do you mean you checked? What did you check? Then in the nectar of devotion in English, it says blue. It doesn't say dark blue.
Yes, that's true.
It says blue. Blue and red. Like someone asked Srila Prabhupada one time, Srila Prabhupada, why does the nectar of devotion say we shouldn't wear red or blue in front of the deities? And Prabhupada said, why are you asking why? He said, it doesn't matter why. It says it in the scripture, don't wear red and blue. That's it. No discussion. It's amazing that among ISKCON devotees, what I've seen is that the two most popular colors are red and blue. Even sannyasis and brahmacharis, they wear red hats, red scarves, red sweaters, red jackets. I can't understand it. Why would a sannyasi or brahmachari want to wear red? Red is in the mode of passion. Anyhow, that's a different topic. But anyway, so how to discharge devotional service? We'll see what Srila Rupa Goswami says here. Well, the first 5 items in how to discharge devotional service have to do with the spiritual master. Number 1, accept the shelter of the lotus feet of a bona fide spiritual master. 2, become initiated by the spiritual master and learn how to discharge devotional service from him. 3, obey the orders of the spiritual master with faith and devotion. 4, follow in the footsteps of great acharyas, teachers, under the direction of the spiritual master. 5, inquire from the spiritual master how to advance in Krishna consciousness. So the first 5 items are all about the spiritual master. Apparently the spiritual master is pretty important in the life of a devotee. And of course, we've heard many times this about this verse in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 2, text 41. Vyavasayatmaka buddhir ekeha kurunandana bahushaka hyanantascha buddhayo vyavasayanam. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement. No, is that right? No, I got a different one, right? Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. Those who are irresolute, their attention is many-branched. So that verse doesn't say anything about the spiritual master. But Prabhupada said when he was reading the purport of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur said that this one-pointedness, eka, meaning one-pointed, means to be one-pointed on the instructions of the spiritual master. And there are other places where Prabhupada says that faith in the order of the spiritual master is the active principle in spiritual life. So apparently a spiritual master is pretty important. Of course, he has to be actually himself following properly. It's not that, if somebody thinks, okay, now I become a spiritual master. Therefore, everything that comes out of my mouth is the absolute truth. And I can say whatever cuckoo thing I want. No, it's not like that. You've been allowed to initiate devotees because previously what came out of your mouth was the absolute truth. But you have to keep doing that, not change. Another point is that the GBC in ISKCON is not, they're not, when they authorize somebody to initiate disciples, they're not saying that we can guarantee that forever and ever this person will necessarily transparently represent Srila Prabhupada and the absolute truth. What they're saying is at this point in time, according to the best research we've been able to do, the people who work with him, et cetera, that we see that he's qualified to initiate devotees. At some point in the authorization process, the secretary sends a letter to all the GBC members and asks them if they know of any reason why this person should not initiate devotees. So after 6 months, if nobody says no, if nobody says no, I don't know, then he gets approval. If it's 3 or more, then they have to have discussion. But what they're really saying when they authorize somebody to be a guru, is they're initiating guru, they're saying, we don't know of any reason why he should not be. They're not saying, we're certifying this person as an Uttama Adhikari, completely infallible, speaking always the absolute truth. They can't, how can they do that? They would not be able to do that. It's not possible. And I was mentioning this point to one community in Russia, and they banned me from preaching in that community because they said that I'm discouraging them about, they're making them doubt their leaders, doubt their spiritual masters. They completely misunderstood the point. The point is that the responsibility always lies with the aspiring disciple. You can't leave it up to somebody else or some other group like the GBC. Each person has to himself decide who he's going to take shelter of as a spiritual master. Prabhupada said that the spiritual master should examine the disciple for at least 1 year, and the disciple should examine the spiritual master for 1 year. So anyway, the spiritual master, in any case, is not an ordinary man because of what he's speaking, or what he's preaching. Also because of what he's living. He can't just speak the absolute truth and then do various kinds of nonsense. His life has to be exemplifying what he's preaching. Then he's valid. Okay, let's see what else we got. Yeah, as I mentioned before, Prabhupada said the be guru is a simple thing. Just repeat what the spiritual master says. And there's a famous verse in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. How does it go? Kiba vripa kiba nyasi, shudra kene noi, ye Krishna tattva veta, say guru hoy. That it doesn't matter what status you're coming from in society. Kiba vipra, kiba nyasi, shudra kene noi. You can be a Brahmin, you can be a Kiba Vipa, Kiba Sannyasi, you can be a Shudra, it doesn't matter. But yea, Krishna Tattva Veta, say Guru Hoy. If he knows the science of Krishna, then he's qualified to be a guru. What's the science of Krishna? Krishna is God, I'm not. That's it in a nutshell. And my duty is to serve God. You've all heard me tell this example about this hippie in San Francisco who, in the early days of the San Francisco temple, when he had been coming, I don't know, maybe his first or second time coming to the class in the morning. At the end of the class, he stood up and he said, Swamiji, I want to be initiated. And Prabhupada was a little bit startled. He said, well, who's God? The hippie thought for a moment. He said, Krishna. Prabhupada said, okay, and who are you? And the hippie thought for a moment. He said, Krishna's servant. Prabhupada said, very good. You could be initiated tomorrow. So he understood the essence. That's the whole essence in a nutshell. Krishna consciousness. It's not a very complicated, elaborate thing. There's another verse. Where is that from? I think it's from the Puranas. Just a minute. How's it go? Yeah, I don't remember. Mantra Tantra Visharadaha. You know, anybody know that verse? Shad Vipra. Oh boy. Just a minute. I want to find this verse. It's a great verse. Yeah. No. No, I can't. I don't know where it is now. Mantra Tantra Visharadaha. Vaishnavo Guru Nashat Swajano Nash. I can't remember. Anyhow, it means that somebody may know all the mantras and tantras. Tantras means rules and regulations. Mantras means all the mantras. He may be very qualified Brahmin. Shad Vipra Nipano. Huh? Shad what? Shad Karma Nipano Vipro Mantra Tantra Visharadaha. Avaishnavo Guru Nashad Swajano Vaishnava Swajano Guru. Right? Swapacho Guru. Okay. So it means that he may know all the mantras and tantras. He'd be very qualified as a Brahmin. But if he's not a Vaishnava, he can't be a guru. Then he's not a guru, he's a boo-boo. But Vaishnava Guru Nashat. He can't be a guru. But Vaishnava Swapachol Guru. But if he's a Vaishnava, even if he was a meat eater before, or dog eater is what Prabhupada says, but the verse says, well, then he can be a guru. So, by the touch of the spiritual master, by the touch of Krishna, especially in the form of his holy name, by the touch of the spiritual master, anything is possible. Anyone can become qualified. Everyone can become qualified. Just like we were reading recently about Dhruva Maharaj in the Bhagavatam class. So, at one point, Dhruva Maharaj was speechless. He was just stunned by seeing Krishna. And then the Lord touched him with his conch shell. And then Dhruva was speaking beautiful poetry. So like that. You know, we were all, you know, practically on the level of dog eaters. We were so low-born and such horrible activities, unbelievable, horrible things. But by Srila Prabhupada's touch, by Srila Prabhupada's grace, we become a little purified and useful for helping other people become purified. That's the purpose of human life. Parakata upakar, to do good for others. But not just do good for others, do the best for others. And the best is Krishna consciousness. So, anyway, one important point is that when Narada met Mrigali the hunter, he told the hunter that he should break his bow. But Mrigali was nervous about it because he said, but that's how I get my living, is with my bow. He said, if I don't have the bow, how will I'm going to live? And Narada told him, don't worry about it. Krishna's providing everything. So Prabhupada explains in the purport that, is this thing on?
Yeah. I can feel it.
Well, I can't feel it. Maybe somebody should turn it up. I feel like I'm suffocating. So Prabhupada explains in the purport that one may think that Prabhupada said what his income is not necessarily what's maintaining him. You understand? People usually think that whatever their income is, that's what's maintaining them. But Prabhupada explains, no, Krishna's maintaining you. So he was telling Mrgari the hunter that even if you don't have the bow, but Krishna will maintain you. And somehow or other he convinced him, he persuaded him. Mrgari broke his bow. And then, later when Mrgari, he found that he was getting so much food delivered to his place, it was more than he can eat. It's amazing. So, one of the principles of surrender from the Hari Bhakti Vilas mentioned in the purport, Srila Prabhupada's purport to chapter 18, text 66 in the Bhagavad Gita, is to be confident that Krishna will maintain me. How's it go? Anukulyasya sankalpa pratikulyasya varjanam vakshishititi vishvaso goptrit vevaranantata. Goptrit vevaranantata means that Krishna will always maintain me. You know, people think they have to work for some boss. Who's this boss? He's just a miserable living entity bound by all kinds of material desires and attachments, and he doesn't have really very much money. So how's he going to maintain you? But Krishna's wife just happens to be the goddess of fortune. She's got the main treasury. So it's better to work for Krishna. How's he not going to maintain his devoted servant? And that means, to surrender to Krishna means, especially it means to preach Krishna consciousness. Krishna will always maintain a person who is preaching his message. Why would he not? How could he not reciprocate with such a sincere servant? So that's what it means to take shelter of Krishna. And the spiritual master's job, Prabhupada said, his first job is to teach the disciple how to depend on Krishna. The spiritual master doesn't say, surrender to me. Krishna says, surrender to me. Right? 1866, in the Bhagavad Gita. But the spiritual master doesn't say, surrender to me. He says, surrender to Krishna. So the message is exactly the same. Surrender to Krishna. But you do it through the agency of the spiritual master. Okay, so there's a lot more, of course, we could say on this topic, but we have other things to do. So any questions or realizations?
Yeah. Yes, Maharaj, I have two questions.
Okay, you have to speak loudly.
Maharaj, the first question is that if the guru is if not following Guru Parampara, or if he is speaking nonsense after giving some initiations, and
What's that?
if some guru, like particular one guru, he initiated disciples, then if started speaking nonsense or not following the Parampara and Krishna, then what disciples should do?
Take shelter of somebody who's speaking the absolute truth.
So they can change.
If your boat springs a leak, you better find a different boat. You understand? Initiating guru, you can only have one initiating guru, but you can have many shiksha gurus. So you then, with the blessings of your diksha guru, then you take shelter of somebody who's actually teaching properly. I heard that Ramanuja Acharya had 8 different gurus. Can you imagine? One of his gurus was envious of him and tried to kill him. Can you imagine? Guru trying to kill you? My God. We think we have problems.
So if the Diksha Guru falls down, you don't need to take Diksha from someone else, just Shiksha.
Well, that's a controversial point. There's the concept in ISKCON now of reinitiation. So
But what do you think?
it doesn't matter what I think. In any case, one has to take shelter of someone who can guide him.
Shiksha.
Yeah, at least you take shiksha.
Second question.
And you can't follow the person that just because he, how do you say, like if he falls down, you can't say, well, you know, I'm supposed to follow my guru blindly. You know, this is what happened when, what was it, 1982, when one ISKCON guru fell down. He was gradually going kind of, you know, off track. He started preaching about the 3 regulative principles. And he was, because he had already started not following one of them. Later he gave up on the other 3 also. And at one point like in London, ISKCON London, on the altar there's Giri Govardhan, and he was offering LSD to Giri Govardhan. That's why Giri Govardhan looks so happy all the time. No, I'm joking. It's not right.
That's beautiful.
Anyhow, we have to know. We have to know. We have to be able to discriminate who's who. That means we have to study Prabhupada's books very deeply. We have to chant Hare Krishna attentively. So, but
Second question. Second question, Maharaj, isn't this sloka Kiba Vipra Kibanasi Shudra?
what's that?
This sloka, this particular sloka says that Kiba Vipra Kibanasi Shudra Karanai. Anyone can become guru if he repeats the like spiritual master and Krishna. So Matajis also can become guru. Those who are in female body, they also can become initiating.
This is controversial.
Now you're trying to trap me into politics.
This is going live.
Wow. Yeah, it's a big controversy in ISKCON. But I don't know, to me that letter I was quoting, that says it all. He says, maybe all of you can initiate disciples by 1975. So to me, all of you is pretty clear. It means the ladies too. There was one instance, I mean, I just saw in general that Prabhupada's attitude towards the women was like that. He was, in most ways, he dealt with them equally as he dealt with the men. There was one instance in, I think it was 1968 in Montreal. Mother Rukmini was there with just a few devotees, like the number of devotees we have here. And Prabhupada looked around the room and he said, every one of you should open a temple. So this is 1968. ISKCON had been going for 2 years. And as I recall, Mother Rukmini was 16 years old. He said, every one of you should open a temple. And she was amazed. She said, the girls too? And Prabhupada said, yes, the girls too. Prabhupada had a big vision, broad vision. I recall one time when Shuddha Kirti Prabhu said that Prabhupada commented once that he said one of the things that made his movement successful was allowing the ladies to live in the temples. But it wasn't just allowing them to live in the temples, it was in general. If you really hear from Prabhupada's female disciples about how he dealt with them, you know, personally, it's amazing. I mean, really, he really treated them equally. So, I don't know. I'm sure I know for sure that some of those devotees who say that ladies should not initiate, some of them are very advanced devotees for whom I have a lot of respect. And so I know they have some reason, some logic to it, but I haven't yet figured it out. So any other political questions? Okay, Mother Midani, you had a question?
У нас у всех есть какая-то небольшая ответственность, у каждого преданного, у каждого человека. И как нам понять, где заканчивается наша зона ответственности и уже вступает в действие Кришна? Ну, то есть в служении, допустим.
So we all have
Gromko,
our responsibility.
just a minute. Stop talking.
We all have our responsibility.
Yeah.
And how should we understand where finishes our zone of responsibility and where Krishna will just take care of things?
Can you give me an example? I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Ну, я вышла на Санкиртана, книги не взяли, например.
Like for instance, I went out on Sankirtana and nobody took the books.
Okay.
И моя, вот, я же приложила усилия, это, Кришна захотел или...
So it means that I made an effort. But does it mean that Krishna didn't want that to happen or what?
There may be various reasons. Like, no, if you, there are people in this world, in the material world, who are very prominent in various ways. No, she can hear in there. Like in the entertainment world, in the business world, in the political world. But those who have become very, very successful at the top of their field, if you actually were to study their life, you would find that they were failed repeatedly over and over and over and over again. And they were told by others that, you're never going to be successful. What you're trying to do, you can't do it. Does everybody here know who Elvis Presley is? Yeah? So, you don't know who Elvis Presley is. 50% of your life is wasted. Anyhow, he's one of the most famous rock and roll singers in history. He was called the King of Rock and Roll. Anyhow, when he was a teenager, he was taking a music class at school, and his teacher just was scathing, just telling him, you are useless, you will never be successful, you'll never be a professional singer. Bam, bam, bam. And the first time he went to a record company to try to cut a record, to publish a record, get a recording contract, the owner just and he just kept going. It took years. And any successful person materially, you'll see it took years. And if you ask these people, they'll tell you that the times that people told them you're going to fail, or the times that they did fail, instead of taking it as discouragement, they took it as a challenge. Okay, I'm going to show them. It gave them energy, it gave them food for doing better, you see. So actually, whatever negativity you're experiencing, or whatever disappointment you're experiencing, It's all good. It's all useful. You can use it to your advantage to think, okay, I'm not going to let this get me down. You just go, 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 and you keep on going. I think I mentioned recently that one devotee asked Prabhupada that when we try to distribute books, not everyone takes them. And is that their lack of purification or our lack of purification? Prabhupada said it's theirs.
То есть наша ответственность это просто вынести тело на санкиртан, правильно?
So our responsibility is to just bring our body out on Sankirtan
И взять книги с собой.
What'd she say?
and take book with us.
And you pray from within your heart, dear Lord, please empower me to bring more people closer to you. With each person you meet, you should be thinking, okay, this person is a unique jiva. And I don't know anything about this person, really. I mean, I can see some superficial things, you know, the way he dresses or whatever, but actually I don't know anything. So pray to Krishna, please reveal to me what I can do or say to get this, to touch the heart of this particular individual and bring him closer to you. You know, having some, you know, Sankirtan mantra doesn't work very well. It works temporarily for some time. And maybe it's a good way to get going. But really, it's a soul-to-soul relationship. And so if somebody doesn't take your book, don't be surprised. Most will not take your book. So, c'est la vie. That's life. But if you are determined, you're going to serve Krishna, please Guru and Krishna this way, then you just keep going. You know that verse, chapter 2, text 38? You know the Sanskrit?
Only translation.
Huh?
Only translation, I know.
Only translation.
Okay, tell her to say the translation. Then you translate the translation.
Fight because of fighting. Don't think, yes?
More or less. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting, without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat. Yeah, our duty is simply to try. You do the best you can. And when you can do better, you do better. Now, sometimes when you're on Sankirtan, you may not be distributing many books in some particular location. Then what happens? You start to wonder, should I just keep trying here or should I switch locations? Right? You've had that experience. and sometimes it's hard to know. Because, you know, another thing about people who've been successful, well, let's say about people who are not successful. A lot of times what happens is they stop just before they would have been successful. Like I heard a story about someone who was in the gold rush in America in the 1800s, like I guess late 1800s. There was like a team of relatives, and they were pretty sure there was gold in this area. That's because somebody else had found gold in there. They were digging and digging and digging, and you know, they were doing this for like weeks or months and didn't find anything. And so they just packed up, they sold all their equipment, they went back to Baltimore. And then somebody else took over their digging. And just like, how do you say, like just a few inches further on from where they stopped where those other people stopped, this person found gold and became wealthy. That's often what it's like. You know, if you give up just at the time, just before when you're really going to be a big success. But sometimes another thing is, there's a saying that if at first you don't succeed, try again. You know that saying? If at first you don't succeed, try again. But there's also a saying, if at first you don't succeed, don't just keep being an idiot about it. In other words, let's say you're on Sankirtan, you're someplace, middle of the afternoon, there's no people. So, you could just stay there and see what happens. Maybe something will happen. But you have to decide. It could be better to go to a different place. So, the thing is, the real criterion is your sincerity to try to do the best service for Guru and Krishna. So that way, whichever you choose will be right. If you choose to stay and just keep slugging it out, and it still doesn't work out, okay, but your your intention was right. If you go to a different place, sometimes going to a different place, just you lose momentum, and then you can't do anything. So you have to decide. You always have to decide. You pray to Krishna. What is going to be the best thing to do here? And you do the best you can. You make the best decision you can. But if you're doing it with the right intention to please Guru and Krishna, it's always a success. It's never a loss. It's never a disappointment. And in any case, you keep on going. You find some way to just keep on going, whether it's in that location or another location or whatever. In American football, there's a concept called broken field running. You understand that, Ilapati Prabhu? Broken field running. You see, in American football, probably you don't know anything about it, but anyhow, there are these two teams. One team has the ball, and their objective is to get beyond the team that's trying to stop them. So the guy with the ball, he'll do whatever he has to do. He'll go around, or he'll just push them over, or sometimes they actually like jump over the other guy. Whatever is required. Just somehow or get through, get around, get above, get under. So just somehow you keep going. Don't give up. There's a saying that quitters never win and winners never quit. So we have to have that determination and that faith and not get distracted by all the vagaries of the material world. There's so many things, so many people and so many things to distract us and to try to stop us, impede us, even in the society of devotees. Some of the most negative things I've heard about Sankirtan, I've heard from other devotees. Envious. They're envious. Just like I gave the example of the devotee who told me, look, let's face it, Mahadyuti Prabhu, you're a guru just because it's just a management decision. He's envious. Why doesn't he become a guru? He's been in ISKCON as long as I have. What's the problem? But he's envious. Prabhupada gave an example of envy. I think I mentioned this recently, that two gentlemen met on the street. They were friends. And one gentleman said to the second one, he said, our acquaintance so-and-so, he's a high court judge now. And the second man said, no. no, he can't be him. Are you kidding? High court judge? So the first man said, no, it's really true. I've seen it. And so the second man said, well, even if he is, I bet they're not paying him. In other words, they're only letting him do it because he's voluntary and they don't have to pay him. So somebody who's envious, he'll always find a fault. He'll always find something wrong, some defect, something to undermine, some negativity. We have to be prepared for that. That's the way life is in the material world. Most people are envious to some degree or other, even many devotees. And if you allow them to, they'll discourage you, they'll waste your time, they'll try to stop you, etc., etc. We have to just keep going. Okay? Kind of off the topic of Vyasa Puja, isn't it? What, something else? What's that?
This, about the topic you mentioned, Vyasa. Krishna is maintaining everyone. But in practicality, we see that even many devotees, they are very eager to find job, eager to
Huh? Find a what?
Material boss. Material boss.
Yeah.
who will give them the work
Right.
or education. After some time trying to have a Krishna as their boss, they are not satisfied and they try to find a material boss. If Krishna maintains everything, why they are unsatisfied and why they are and they see when they are trying to surrender Krishna, they have very little income. And it's not enough for them. So why Krishna is not given them enough so that they don't have to go to material job?
I don't know. It could be that this person, Krishna says, as all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. What's that? Chapter 7, text 11, I think. Ye yataman papajyante tan sataiva pajamyaham mama vartmana vartante manushya partha sarvasaha. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Well, this devotee may think he's surrendering, but maybe Krishna doesn't think it's surrendering, or is not surrendering enough. Like Draupadi, she was supposedly surrendering. When Dushasana was trying to take off her sari, she put her hand up. Krishna! Actually, first she just was holding onto the sari with two hands. Krishna, help me! No response. What does that mean? He doesn't care about her? And so what did she do? So then she just held with one hand. Oh, sorry. And then, Krishna, help me! Still, no response. So when she finally realized there was no way, Dushasana is this big Kshatriya guy, like, I don't know, 2.5 meters tall or something, or 3 meters tall. And here's little Draupadi, just like the size of a Bengali lady, And, how's she going to protect herself? How's she going to keep him from taking off her sari? So finally she just gave up. When you give up and you give everything, then Krishna is more likely to appear. And that's what happened. Krishna appeared as her sari. When I was a teenager, one of my goals in life was to become rich. make a lot of money, but without having to work hard. So I read a book. It was a famous book. It's still famous. I don't know if it's still in print, but it's a very well-known book. It's called Think and Grow Rich. So I thought, well, that's a good idea. You know, I don't have to work hard. I just have to think, and then I can get rich. So I was really intrigued. I read the whole book. And one of the main points this book made is that if you're going to get rich, if you're serious about getting rich, you have to take risks. And you have to risk cutting loose everything with which you're familiar and just go for it. There are many stories like this. There's a what's that called? There's a chain of stores called the Body Shop. It's where they sell natural oils and shampoos and things for people's bodies. And I read the story of how that started. It was one lady in England. This was a long time ago. It was like 30, 40 years ago. And she had $4,000, I think it was, or 4,000 pounds. And she just started small, and it just developed. But she took a risk, but she was cutting loose. If you always have a safety net, Krishna may not come. Krishna may not reveal to you. And you know, having a job, making money with some boss, that's a safety net. You're not really depending on Krishna. You're depending on the boss. But for the boss to have any money, he has to get it from Krishna, or Krishna's treasurer, the goddess of fortune. So, yeah, our idea of surrender may be different than Krishna's idea of surrender. Yeah.
Prabhupada said that the difference between Mahaprabhu and Krishna is Krishna demands first, you surrender to me, and then he'll reciprocate. But Mahaprabhu doesn't demand that you surrender first. He'll reciprocate even if you don't surrender. So to his question, you know, these are Gaudiya Vaishnavas. We're worshipping Mahaprabhu, so why is there no reciprocation?
How's he worshipping Mahaprabhu? To what degree is he worshipping Mahaprabhu? Is he going out on Sankirtan? Is he trying to preach? Is he trying to spread the message of Krishna consciousness? A lot of times people, they think they need more than they need. And therefore they become discouraged if they're not getting it. Look at what Prabhupada had when he was living in Vrindavan. He had almost nothing. He was keeping his financial accounts. He was counting the paisa. He had so little money. But he didn't become discouraged and think that Krishna's not keeping his promise. Okay, we have to stop here. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Mahadyuti Swami ki
Jai.
Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai.
He'll bring it. After Guru Puja is started.
жертвоприношениям, да, на 2 часа. А?
Знаете, где попить можно водичку?
Я могу тебе дать.
Да, пожалуйста.
So now voice.
First lecture many people came, the second one less, and then less, and then last lecture just a few were left, who were really sincere in their practice and who wanted this, who were essence of sadhana bhakti. And personally, I was very much afraid of my friend because in these 4 days he didn't say a word to me, and actually I was sure he was very happy with me as a translator. And or with my presence in his lecture or whatever. And the last day when he was leaving his apology, yes. And I thought, oh, that's really Krishna, but now he's going to tell me everything that was going wrong. And he just said, thank you for the service. Welcome. Right, honor. And that was it. I thought that's it. And
Voice is not clear.
their plans. And I was contacted and told that they had no translation and I could come. And I was sure that like, no way, first you and me, because I'm not fit for the program. But they said that Maharaj
because that transferred my philosophical approach to spiritual life to more applicable one, like how to apply the books we're reading. Thank you very much, and I'm staying your humble servant, Bhakta Kirill.
Bhakta Kirill ki jai.
So I'll just quickly translate this. I'll just do a brief. Я просто вместо того, чтобы рассказывать обычное подношение, я поделюсь небольшой историей, которая произошла и которая меня научила чему-то. Когда я путешествовал с Гуру Махараджем по Европе, был один преданный, который предложил свою машину и хотел с нами путешествовать и возить нас по Германии. В общем, мы все собрались, он приехал рано в храм, всех нас собрал вещи, и мы все поехали вместе с ним по Германии. И вот когда мы приехали в очередной храм в Германии, мы разложились, и на следующее утро все вместе спустились. И что-то там было не так. Гуру Махарадж не смог присутствовать на Мангаларате в то утро. Он или болел, или что-то такое. В общем, что-то было не так в храмовой комнате, какие-то стандарты не совсем так, как мы привыкли. И я что-то хотел поправить, чтобы просто оповестить преданных, что вот есть, как правильно, чтобы они просто знали. Я пытался быть вежливым и так далее. Но дело в том, что я путешествовал очень много дней, и я был довольно на нервике, так сказать. И я не думаю, что звучало это вежливо в итоге. В общем, уже утром, я на тот момент не осознавал, что я кого-то обидел. Но позднее этим утром Гуру Махараджа позвал меня к себе, и когда я пришел, он сказал, что... Он спросил, что случилось, я объяснил, и он сказал, что преданный, который с нами ездил, уехал, сказав, что вы тут все токсичные, а среди вас вообще змея, говоря обо мне. Вот. И для меня это было очень больно слышать, потому что я старался быть искренним и пытался просто быть полезным. Вот. И тогда Махарадж объяснил, что не каждой ситуации нужно стараться поправлять людей и так далее, что есть всему свое время, место и обстоятельства. И нужно понимать, находишься ты в положении, чтобы кого-то учить. Вот. В общем, Махарадж подчеркнул важность этого момента про время, место и обстоятельства, и что нужно быть очень осторожным. Вот в этот момент мне было очень больно слышать, потому что я чувствовал искреннее сердце, а тут меня так, в общем, я еще обидел кого-то. Я осознал, что даже если я думаю, что я искренен, все равно нужно... это не гарантия того, что другие не почувствуют себя оскорбленными. Из этого опыта я понял, что мой Гуру Махарадж часто поправлял людей, иногда очень прямо, иногда очень жестко, когда это было необходимо. Но он всегда понимал важность, он понимал ситуацию, в которой он находится, и занимает ли он положение авторитетов, и может ли он поправить. И даже когда он видел, что он не находится в положении, чтобы кого-то поправить, он всегда оставлял эту ситуацию на другой момент. То есть не говорил бы сейчас, что надо поправить кого-то. В общем, этот урок научил меня, что вот с этого момента я понял, что в духовной жизни и вообще в отношениях между людьми важно сфокусироваться не на том, что правильно или чтобы быть правым, а важно понимать, когда, как и вообще стоит ли кому-то что-то говорить. Вот. Так что спасибо большое Гуру Махараджу за то, что он есть, и за эти путешествия с ним. В эти годы я понял, где-то 6 лет мы вместе путешествовали, я понял в эти годы, как применять на практике философию сознания Кришны. Харибол. Thank you very much.
Bhakta Kirill ki jai. Can you translate? So Bhakta Kirill, okay, everybody stop talking. Okay. Bhakta Kirill, Bhakta Kirill is a saint.
Bhakta Kirill святой.
Unbelievable. What's that? Yeah, he's just stuck with me. And he went through so many austerities with me. We had so many adventures.
Сколько со мной, у нас столько разных приключений.
Even time about 7 or 8 years ago, went in a hospital in Russia for 9 days.
Аж 7 или 8 лет назад мне нужно было лечь в больницу.
And he stayed with me.
Несколько дней, и он со мной там был все время.
Not a very nice hospital, actually.
Очень хороший.
So anyhow, I'm so grateful to Dr. Kiddo for so much that he's done for me.
Я очень благодарен, что он так много для меня сделал.
I'm really, really indebted.
Я очень долго перед ним.
Dr. Kiddo ki jai. Okay, now, we're way over time. We're way off schedule. What should we do?
Maybe you want to take a break, you can take a break.
No, I don't want to take. I'm just talking about everybody, because
we can three people left from the online, and all of them.
That means like 10 more people.
They have to leave soon, so we can maybe.
They have to leave. Why are they going?
Vrindavan. And they have to take prasadam, so.
Oh, wait a minute. Why are you going to Vrindavan? Why is she going to Vrindavan?
Before marathon, trip to Vrindavan. They came for Vyasa Puja, then they go to Vrindavan.
Who's they?
Mother Suniti, Mother Vedani. They both going to Vrindavan now, today, this evening. Because one of the reasons is accommodation is very expensive here. And it's afford many days here. That's why.
So when do they have to go take prasadam?
5:30, prasadam scheduled at 5:30. So maybe we can hear them first.
Yeah, hear them first.
They can.
We can wait till 6.
No, they text it 7. Yes. Maybe you can sort them.
Wait, what are you doing? No, what are you talking about?
About prasadam, how they can take prasadam.
I don't know. What's the arrangement?
Make an arrangement now.
What?
Pack.
Packing.
How much is?
She says she doesn't please.
Yeah, so let's them.
What?
Let them make the offering, and they can take the boat and take prasadam now.
Okay. I have a present for. What's happening?
She said she can take prasadam before. She wants to take together prasadam.
Yeah, but it looks like we're. What do you mean quick?
It means you can keep talking about it.
Or you be very quick. We need to do.
Your Guru Puja is also there.
Puja also pending, Maharaj.
So we can just hear some offerings.
Yeah, you just hear. No speaking.
Окей, кто готов из онлайн? Есть кто готов?
Yes. You want to hear from everybody else, but you don't want to hear from me.
Кто следующий?
Я могу, Елена.
Бакин Елена. Бакин Елена
Панченко.
Панченко. Секунду.
Mother Suniti, I have a present for you.
Принесите ваш подарок для вас.
Because you gave me a bag, so I'm giving you one of my old bags.
Дали мне сумочку, я вам даю одну из моих старых.
I used this for I don't know, a couple of years, I guess. But now I don't use it anymore. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Okay, so we have.
What about them? What about their offerings? I thought they have to go.
They want to take prasadam together. Yeah. Continue, but without qualification. Бхакти Елена, пожалуйста.
Харе Кришна, преданные, дорогие преданные, Харе Кришна, Гуру Махарадж, приношу свои смиренные поклоны вашим лотосным стопам. Дорогой Махадьюти Свами, в этот чудесный день я хочу выразить вам свое глубокое уважение и восхищение вашей стойкостью в духовной жизни. Вы главный пример непоколебимости в моей жизни на выбранном пути и следовании всем наставлениям Шрила Прабхупады. Этот год был для меня годом тяжелых испытаний, и они еще не закончились. С вашей помощью и помощью других преданных мне удалось преодолеть даже самые сложные ситуации и не потерять надежды на лучшее. Несмотря на трудности, моя садхана остается на достойном уровне, и я даже начала помогать другим преданным. Я хочу выразить вам, дорогой Гуру Махараджа, глубокую благодарность за вашу поддержку в моем нелегком пути к духовному развитию. Как говорится в Бхагавад-гите 4.34, по-моему, 3.34, 3.34, так, Виги Пранипатена, Пранипрашен Насевая, Упакшьянти Гьянам, Дьянина Статва Даршинаха. Просто постарайся познать истину, обратившись к духовному учителю, смиренно вопрошай его и служи ему. Осознавшие себя души могут передать тебе знания, потому что они увидели истину. Истина — это то, что я искала всю свою жизнь. И к моей великой радости я наконец-то нашла ее в вашем лице. В этот знаменательный день я от всего сердца благодарю вас за ваше терпение и доброту. Хочу сказать, что буду стремиться и дальше следовать вашим благословениям. Желаю вам крепкого здоровья и ответственных, смышленых учеников. Дорогой Гуру Махараджа, вся слава вашим лотосным стопам. Ваша преданная слуга Елена Холи Панченко.
Hare Krishna, Bhakti Yelena ki jai. Incidentally, Mother Amita, I have her name here, but no text. Small detail. Listen, wait a minute. I'm just looking about what's going on, you know. I mean, I don't think this is a good arrangement for Mother Mridani and Mother Suniti to leave so abruptly. It's already too late, but Mother Mridani, I think the way you've arranged things is very bad. Somebody translate. This is like, you're leaving so abruptly right after. You can't always depend on the schedule. So anyhow, but right now, I'm just a little bewildered. We have like almost 10 offerings to do, and what time is supposed to be? 5:30. Okay, it's almost 5:30 now. What?
Postponed to 6.
Okay, but still, we got all these offerings.
We'll be able to make it by 5:45, all the offerings that your Guru Puja, and then we can go together.
Sure?
Yeah, sure. We just continue. Let's just roll it more quickly. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm gonna have to use the toilet again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
I stand
Bhakti
it.
Kira.
I stand it. I stand it.
Okay, Bhakti.
Later.
Okay, I have hers here. I have Kira. Give this here. Go ahead, Bhakti and Kira.
Харе
Пожалуйста.
Кришна. Харе Кришна.
Hare Krishna.
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж, примите, пожалуйста, мои смиренные поклоны. Вся слава Шри Прабхупады. С глубокой благодарностью думаю о вас и о той милости, которую вы проливаете на меня. Ваши наставления для меня бесценны, так как это разные вещи. Просто знать и услышать, как должен практиковать и жить вайшнав, и получать конкретные наставления. Это очень помогает. Ведь вокруг нас преданные разного уровня, разного понимания следования наставлениям. И поэтому не всегда очевидно, насколько важно следовать принципу, завещать наши ачарьи. Когда есть авторитетная личность, которая может направить и пояснить, так делай, а так не делай. Я знаю, что могу абсолютно доверять вашим словам, потому что вы бескомпромиссно передаете знания, не искажая их. Чай.
Okay, one more. One more. I'll bring before you.
Krishna.
Wait. I'm gonna find Purva. Is Bhakti and Purva here, Mother Amita?
Yes, Guru.
Okay.
Your example. Your glories is unlimited. I have no power to describe your glories. Dear Maharaj, you are so nice, so great. You always follow Srila Prabhupada very strictly. Dear Maharaj, please pray for me too, because I'm very fallen soul. I'm not able to do bhakti nicely. I'm very weak in Krishna consciousness. We are so extremely fortunate to be under your kind, under your lotus feet. There is no other shelter for us other than your lotus feet. Our whole life would have been complete waste without care and mercy. We feel fully secure and protected under your feet. Maharaj, your mercy has no limits and is less. As I fall at your lotus feet and pray that I may have unflinching attachment to your instruction and that I should always put them into practice in my life. Please forgive my all offenses which I committed knowingly or unknowingly. Your servant, Purva Kumari. Thank you.
Bhakti and Purva Kumari ki jai. What's all the talking about? It's distracting. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh, one more. We have one more here online? Yeah, okay, I'll use the toilet. So who was translating Purva's offering? Amita. I didn't see her lips moving.
Yes.
No, she was writing the Russian translation of that. They can read it.
I translated it.
It's accurate. That's fine. So, after you come back, we can do.
I don't know, whatever you guys say.
Easy. He said 5 pages. 5. 5. 10. Yes, sure.
I think it's kind of
No, this is.
It's too cold.
About pranams, about your pranams, you should sing your pranam, right? Also.
Of course.
Okay.
Way. Should be over here.
Careful, careful.
Here. Right here. Okay. Mother Suniti escaped.
Yeah. Okay, bolo.
Do we have petals to offer?
Petals.
Are there petals to offer?
Лепестки есть? Лепестки.
No
Yeah, there are
petals.
little bit. Yeah. I'll give some to everyone. I'll give it.
Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita
Vaditramādhyān Manasorasena Romanchak Ashtaranga Vajro Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nritya Gita Vaditramādhyān Manasorasena Romanchakam Ashtaranga Vajro Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shri Vigrahārādhana Nityananda Sringaratan Mandiramarjananda Shri Vigrahārādhana Nityananda Sringaratan Mandiramarjananda Yuktasya Bhaktasya Niyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Yuktasya Bhaktasya Niyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Chaturvitha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Svadvanatriptan Hari Bhakta Sangha Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Hari Bhakta Sangha Kritvaiva Triptim Bhagatah Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Kritvaiva Triptim Bhagatah Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shri Radhika Madhavayora Para Madhurya Lila Gunarupananda Shri Radhika Madhavayora Para Madhurya Lila Gunarupananda Pratikshana Svatana Lorupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Pratikshana Svatana Lorupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Nikunja Yuno Rajikevi Sithyai Jaya Lipir Yuktirapekshanīya Nikunja Yuno Rajikevi Sithyai Jaya Lipir Yuktirapekshanīya Tatra Siddhakshya Tati Valavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Tatra Siddhakshya Tati Valavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sakshat Haritvena Samasta Shastra Uktastatha Bhavyata Eva Sakhi Sakshat Haritvena Samasta Shastra Uktastatha Bhavyata Eva Sakhi Itu Prabhuya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Itu Prabhuya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Tasya Prasada Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutoti Yasya Prasada Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasada Nagati Kutoti Jaya Suvanta Jaya Shastri Santya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Samsara Davana Varithavoga Ganaya Karunya Gana Ganatva Samsara Davana
Зачем подачу?
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Mahadyuti Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Mahadyuti Swami iti namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashtya Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharya Ashtottara Shata Shri Srimad Vaicharana Ravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada ki Jai, Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki Jai, Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vyasa Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai, Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Radha Kunda Shyama Kunda Giri Goshan, Dhan Dham Pur Dham ki Jai, Ganga Maya Munda Maya ki Jai, Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki Jai, Harinam Sankirtan Yagi ki Jai, Vyasa Puja Guru Maharaj ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda. Nitai Гора Примананда, вся слава собравшихся, вся слава собравшихся, вся слава собравшихся, вся слава Шри Гуру и Гауранге, вся слава Шри Прабхупаде.
Намо Вишну Хадая Кришна Причитая Бхадреши Мата Махадюти Свами. Намо Вишну Хадая Кришна Причитая Бхадреши Мата Бхактивиданта.
I don't think we should do any more offerings. It's too late.
We can have just two of them. Like devotees who have fly from Russia, we can have those there offering. We can ship. We are always here.
Well, there are 4 who've come from Russia.
No, 2 of them living.
Huh?
2 of them living now.
Just 2. So Maharaj.
But the thing is, they have to take prasadam, they have to pack their bags, right?
We have already solved this problem. Sumit offered a nice solution.
What?
That the taxi will come half hour later.
Postpone the taxi.
Okay, but what time is the flight?
The flight is 1 a.m. Yes, that's confirmation or by the lift.
Bye?
Lift has fallen. No, sorry.
1 a.m. Yogesha.
Okay, Yogesha.
You are going to speak.
Just a minute, let me find it.
Так, сейчас Югеша Прабху будет зачитывать подношения.
Okay, go ahead.
Давайте.
Пожалуйста. No talking!
Не говорите никто.
Дорогой Гуру Махарадж, пожалуйста, примите мои смиренные поклоны в пыли ваших лотосных стоп.
Сядьте, чтобы микрофон был.
Громко, громко.
Сюда, нет, сюда, прямо отсюда.
Вся слава Шри Прабхупаде. 2 года назад мой дедушка оставил свое тело. Всю свою жизнь он был атеистом. Но перед самой смертью он отчетливо сказал всего одно слово. И это слово было «церковь». Он уже почти не мог говорить из-за болезни. Но именно это слово он произнес так четко, будто этой болезни и не было вовсе. Я был в тот момент рядом с ним. И этот эпизод заставил меня задуматься о смысле жизни, вере в Бога и смерти. Человек может всю свою жизнь не признавать существование Верховной Личности Бога, отвергая любые доводы и попытки других помочь ему. Но в конце жизни сам Верховный Господь является перед ним в облике смерти. И у человека есть последний шанс полностью предаться ему и получить освобождение. Спустя 2 месяца после всех этих событий происходит наша первая встреча с вами. И нигде бы то ни было, а в штате Гоа, куда я ездил отдыхать уже не 1-й год. Я уже не помню всех подробностей этой встречи. Помню, она длилась около часа. Хотя изначально я должен был всего лишь забрать четки, которые вы начитали для Матаджи Амиты. А еще именно тогда я получил от вас свои первые наставления. Первое. Читать 1 круг мантры Хари Кришна. Второе. Никогда не опаздывать. Цитата. «Лучше прийти на 10 минут раньше, чем опоздать на 1 минуту». Конец цитаты. Эти слова сразу нашли отклик в мое сердце. И до сих пор я каждый раз вспоминаю их перед очередной встречей с кем-либо. В конце нашей первой встречи вы пригласили меня на свою Vyasa Puju, которая должна была состояться уже совсем скоро. Но так получалось, что она была запланирована ровно за день перед моим отъездом. И я испугался, что могу просто не успеть вернуться вовремя. Потому я поблагодарил вас за приглашение и ответил, что еще подумаю. Спустя пару дней мне на телефон вдруг приходит входящий звонок. Я поднимаю трубку и слышу ваш голос. Вы звоните, чтобы узнать, какое решение я в итоге принял. Все мои сомнения и переживания рассеялись в тот самый момент. Я не раздумывая ответил, что приеду. Именно тогда я первый раз полностью доверился происходящему со мной. Но на самом деле наша первая встреча с вами была предрешена еще за несколько лет до этого. Тогда я только начинал соприкасаться с сознанием Кришны. Первый прасад, первое знакомство с преданными, первое посещение домашних программ, первые книги Шрилы Прабхупады. Одна из этих книг стала «Наука о самосознании». Ее подарил мне преданный на одной из таких программ. Эта книга была подписана вами, но тогда я еще не знал об этом. Прошло 2 года с момента нашей первой встречи, и вот я сижу перед вами и читаю это подношение. И я бы не сидел сейчас тут, если бы не милость каждого преданного, кому я смог хоть как-то послужить за это время. И, конечно, это было бы невозможно без вашей беспричинной милости. Вы самый близкий слуга Верховной Личности Бога. И вы один из немногих, кто пытается сохранить и передать все знания и наставления, полученные от своего духовного учителя, его божественной милости Шрилы Прабхупады. Именно такими, какие они есть. Спасибо вам большое за это. Вся слава вам. Вся слава Шриле Прабхупаде. Стремящийся стать слугой слуги. Йогеша Даса.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Step to pay obeisances. Yogesha Prabhu ki. Okay, Mother Midani. Пожалуйста. Step to pay obeisances.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Mahadyuti Swami. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Mahadyuti Swami. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauri Vani. Nirvishesha Punya Pashistya Desha Karine. Примите, пожалуйста. Мне надо. Примите, пожалуйста, мои поклоны, Гуру Махарадж, вся слава Шриле Прабхупаде. За 4 года под вашим руководством и по вашей милости мне удалось распространить 25 тысяч 13 книг Шрилы Прабхупады, а также 117 комплектов Шримад Бхагаватам и 49 комплектов Шри Чайтанья Чаритамриты. Также с этого года я и мой супруг стараемся организовывать ежемесячные фестивали Санкиртаны для преданных московской общины. Благодарю вас, что позволяете мне быть нимитта-матром, оружием в ваших руках, что занимаете меня в служении вам и Шриле Прабхупаде. Спасибо вам большое, стремящийся стать вашей слугой, Мридани Деви Даси. Ванча Калпут, Тарубьяшча, Крипа, Сингубья, Ивача, Патитанам, Паваны, Бью, Вайшнавы, Бью, Намо, Намага, Шила Махадьюти Swami, Ки, Джай.
Hare Krishna. Now you?
Yes, Guru Maharaj. Should I speak English or Russian?
Well, I got it in English. I don't know.
And everyone will can hear them.
I don't know.
And,
I don't understand all this. Whatever works best.
I will speak English, guys, right?
Okay.
All right.
So what about them? They have in Russian?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Guru Maharaj. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I say. That takes time. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. From the depths of my heart, I want to thank you for everything you do for us, your disciples. You are so kind, Guru Maharaj. You give time to everyone who needs it, offering guidance not only about spiritual questions, but in every other area as well. You provide emotional, psychological, medical, and any other necessary support to all. And you genuinely love us, each and every one of us. Seeing how you care for my husband and witnessing how our life together has transformed because of you fills me with awe at your kindness and patience. Yet during your lectures, you remain firm and unwavering, uncompromisingly delivering to us the science of sadhana bhakti. I deeply cherish your lectures. They're simple to understand, logical, clear, yet profoundly deep and rich, with insights for contemplation. The examples you give inspire me and help clarify difficult philosophical points. A special thank you for organizing and personally participating in the morning Srimad Bhagavatam classes. Ever since my husband and I began attending them, I felt my spiritual enthusiasm intensify and experienced greater joy and peace in my life. I'm also deeply inspired by the fact that you have no interest in prestige and are completely free from material desires. Your simple and humble way of life motivates me greatly. Whenever I find myself becoming attached to comfort or material acquisitions, I remember you and the way you live, and those desires naturally fade away. I love you not only as my guru, but also as a person, as a dear friend. Thank you so much for being in my life. I know that in any difficult situation, you will always extend your helping hand and assist me in purifying my consciousness. Please stay healthy. I pray to the Lord that the afflictions of this material body never trouble you and that you always feel strong and well. Guru Maharaj, right now I truly feel that you have saved me. You have given me the most essential gift in spiritual life, the sincere desire and determination to participate in Lord Chaitanya's mission. Before meeting you, I had no deep understanding of the importance of Harinama Sankirtana in a devotee's life. And as your god brother, Niranjana Swami, once said, if I hadn't been given the taste for preaching, I would have felt cheated. Thank you for everything. Your servant, Amita Devi Dasi.
Mother Amita ki. Mother Suniti.
Suniti skips today.
Sick.
Yes, she feels sick and she is emotional. So she asks to send it to you, okay?
Okay. So we should stop here.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to.
Okay.
Все, на этом закончим. Тогда всем спасибо.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. They put all these things away.
His Holiness Mahadyuti Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Need to end it.
Live.
End the live.
Yeah.